Okay, that's enough. I tried to get my model to dance to it. It does not want to dance well. It's not wanting to... I should turn on another light, actually. 1 second. Ah, the light! Ugh. Oh gosh, I nearly threw my phone on the ground. I'm very good at streaming. Now we get DGS music. It might be a bit loud. Whoops. I guess we only get DGS music if it's up. Okay. I think I have everything ready to go. Let me pull up my dashboard on my phone. I love spilling water all over myself right before the stream begins. I'm very good at streaming, like I said. Alright. Time to play video game. Let's go, gamers. What are the— oh god, what are the controls on this one? Select adventure. Oh, it has both games. Yo, okay. I didn't know it had both. Cool.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Hello? Oh, alright. I guess. Oh! I don't like that noise! I don't like that noise! No! Oh god, it sounds so bad. I don't like it. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? These sound effects are gonna be— I'm gonna have to take some— it's gonna take some getting used to. Hello? Who are you? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. Sorry I killed someone, I guess. Can you turn them off? I can, but also, like, do you guys want me to turn them off? I'm fine with them being on, but, like... Oh no, I'm bad with names. My name is Ryuno. Sorry I killed someone, it's not like my fault. I don't know, I'm not good with names. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yumi University. Yume. Sorry I killed someone. I think you just hate to see a girl... Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke, I think. I don't know. You hate to see a girl boss wedding. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the murder of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Is that Sword Boy? Sword Boy! I don't know what voice to give this dude. Thank you. Thank you, hon. Someone clip, I think you just hate to see a girl. We hate women! No. God. I'm gonna get the spray bottle for gay people. I can't believe this. He's not obligated to listen to such abuse, officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I will be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case... No, I'm not a misogynist, I swear! We hate women! This is how I get cancelled on Twitter.com. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal, so you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. He materializes a breeze in any room he goes into. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Oh my god! That's... He's so gay! That's... he's already gay in my book. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose it wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Kazuma. Yeah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by a student. I can kind of pronounce names sometimes. But obviously you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I need to give him a more distinct voice, but I don't know what to do. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... you mean being straight? I can't do that! I believe in you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Mind Palace? Oh, he's using his first name! That's kinda gay, bro! Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. Also his second year in Yume University. That's gay, bro! But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. Yeah. Qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. Should I give them British accents? Yeah, that's why MQ was howling, because kinda gay to use your best friend's first name, bro. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Is it gay to be a uni second year? Yes! That's such a gay image. They're just gay, bro. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been dreaming forever of this day. Should I just give him the Edgeworth voice? Okay, within the first 10 minutes exactly. Finally, those governmental leaks have been acknowledging my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Okay. He's more youthful. I can give him pitched up Edgeworth voice. Happier. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There is not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Yeah, it's his headband. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. Oh, that's gay, bro! If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Britain cringe. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Alright then. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. He's just off-brand Yosuke. Yosuke, if Yosuke wasn't slightly a misogynist. Unless he is a misogynist, I don't know, man. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. That's what you get for staying in the fancy restaurant too long. You kill a man. Who's talking? Asugi, may I have a word? Who are you? Oh, it's her! Hello! Oh, wait, no, wrong person. They give this dude some intense eyebrows. Good for him. Okay. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. I just go for the deep dude voice every time that I see a character like this. But never mind that for now, Asugi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. Who's this dude? I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. I don't like him looking at me! Why are they looking at me? I don't like that. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I'm gonna die! Who are you? This is awkward. If I may. Yes? Sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Naru... I don't... Yes, that's right. Oh, they're both on a first-name basis. Okay, cool. My name is Yujin... Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard the name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. The whole government? Asugi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Knowing look. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you no doubt heard, Asugi has been granted permission to go study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Huh? What? Oh, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asugi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Government cringe, buddy. The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain... What? Particularities about today's case. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Take me to court. I'm gonna be guilty, no! But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Don't be cringe in court. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. Yeah, exactly. That's what I started singing, but I couldn't think of any lyrics to fill in the rest of it. When that happens, you must answer... What is this, a wedding? When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. He's trying to... Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay. It would seem our... Why do you have to use big words? Surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Okay! Kazuma Asugi will be, or not be the defense lawyer in this, must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. What? What is going on in this game? This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I love the dramatic zoom. My goodness. I'll be found guilty of murder. You sure will, buddy. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Okay. I love the over-dramaticness. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. I guess I should give them all British accents. 'Cause I don't know, man. Audio that makes me physically cringe IRL. His eyes! Look at this dude! Oh my god! I love his sprite. Man, okay. So, this is a courtroom? Sure is, buddy. Okay, everyone's British now, I guess. The Supreme Court of, I don't know how to read that. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have, I guess I'll give him a deeper voice than I'm doing right now. The powers that have demanded that it be a secret trial. A secret trial? They just sound too similar if they're all British. I can't make them sound that different if they're all just British. A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. They would have British accents. Yeah. Exactly. What? Why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. I love this game already. But they literally said they had English class. How... Americans were invented in the 1900s. They sure were, but that doesn't mean that they had American accents if they're going to Great Britain. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
Ah, okay, cool. As is the defense. This man has so much anxiety, oh my god. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Oh my god. You're gonna advocate for yourself, buddy. Have fun. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I guess we're advocating for ourselves, lads. He looks so nervous. I love him. Well, then that's my problem, I guess. Have fun. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear.
Yes!
Yes! Oh my god. Oh my... Oh my god, he's so dumb. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will defend myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikatoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dream of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. Gay people! How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. Oh! You think I wouldn't be able to get you... Oh my god. Oh my god! I can't read that line! Okay, calm down, Cal. You can read. I swear. You can read, come on. You think I wouldn't be able to get you off? No, it's not that really. It's just that... Oh my god. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Yeah. You've watched my streams, you know that I have the humor of a 12-year-old. God. Professor Mikatova shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel.
This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself.
He doesn't seem that confident, buddy. He looks like he's gonna have a mental breakdown.
Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Huh? Oh, yes, exactly. Man, exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Yeah, I'm just gonna straight up use my normal voice for this dude. He gets the Phoenix treatment. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Yeah, they're definitely related. Leave me alone.
I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He may be stupid.
He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. I'm gonna get it wrong. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But,
wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again?
Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank.
You know me so well.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that.
It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E.
I don't know where the E key is. This is real life. What do you mean, Kazuma?
E. If you ever found you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. Oh my god.
This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now, try switching to people instead with E. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press C to go back.
Okay? It's just some dude, just some guy. Okay, Wilson. He's dead. You love to see it.
So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd best not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, and then press R to present. Try it now.
Okay. R.
Yes!
Why is it yes?
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago.
true. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not?
Uh-huh.
Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it. I didn't kill that man, I swear. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter.
In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual particularities, is it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman.
But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here.
Cringefield government. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Man just has really bad anxiety.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a bit longer.
And then shoot a man!
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Soon English class tomorrow, then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think.
Wait.
I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello.
And then kill him! So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency?
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Gun. State before the court the cause of death. Gun.
The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Inosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
Evidence? But how?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and then select present. Do it now!
Yes! Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a... I love his animation for going through the papers! He totally knows what he's doing!
According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's a post-mortem report, I take it.
Yeah? Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that... Oh, I see. As long as I'm not gonna be tested on any of this later. You're going to law school!
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
Yeah, you sure is shot.
You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion.
Looks at the body. Gross.
In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
I'm just doing an off-brand papyrus voice for him. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has entered the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. When MQ saw the body, he literally said, "My darling." Like, what? MQ has very interesting reactions to things, such as howling. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better aspire the court with the facts of the case,
I would like to study him also.
the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then. Humph. And to think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikatoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Get your anxiety under control, man. You're making us look bad in court. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. God. Who's this dude? Huh? Beverage has been consumed. Alright.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
I need more beverage. God. Ugh. To Today is not a good day for me drinking. Oh my god. I got water up my nose. First I pour water on my singing shirt before I start the stream, and then I somehow get water directly in my nose. I can drink water like a normal human being, I swear. Of course, my name is Satoru Hasunaga. I'm the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Hello? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, man has tuberculosis? I like his eyes. I like this dude's design. He's probably the killer, though. It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me. Well, it really, really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter has developed for foreign visitors some years ago. Was developed for foreign visitors. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime has occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, and an Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
Understood. Hasunaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring, maybe, but aspiring. Ooh, I like this music.
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
I'm biased.
That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was then I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes! I did it! I killed the man! I was holding the gun! Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun I found laying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Attention!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo.
Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back.
Why does his headband have those physics?
For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
Ugh.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Bro, get your tuberculosis checked out, buddy.
Yes, without a question.
I see.
And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. They were on the floor! Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Lady? There was a woman sitting opposite to him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Well, I guess wait, let's wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am? I never had to, I'd never have got into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want right away, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright? You've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are you going to do, or what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I am beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Hasunaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant, as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question is seated alone. Well... Well, you're clearly a very, conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Oh gosh. Something clearly seems to have shaken him. I love the repeat coughing noises. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. You okay, buddy? Man's dying of tuberculosis.
So, the court has now heard the, a priestess?
Priestess! Can't believe this. Of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. Before sis? Exactly. What's before sis? Trans of gender before even knowing. Oh, I knocked down something. No. It's fine, don't worry about it. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. Why does the waiter have a business card? I know Latin. I know that cis is... I know that trans and cis aren't just, like, terms for... I know what it means. I just wanted to make it funny. Cal yelling. You can hear him? You're not getting out, Mordecai. He won't... Okay, the last time I let him in when he was crying, he bit my leg. He's not allowed out because he bites me. He's mean. No, it's Mordecai being a little crybaby. Yes, it is his fault that he bit my leg. I literally did nothing to agitate him.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense. If you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial...
As you can see, the defendant is baby. Are you saying that about the game, or are you saying that about my cat?
The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
He's not a baby, he's a horrible little man. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? He's like, no! Shut up! Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these particularities. Peculiarities. Yes! You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. This is literally just speed running. God. This is just right worth speed running. These two just went, you know what? We don't need that nonsense. We're fine, actually. This is my bestie.
And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
God, I love these two! What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer's duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself?
He has very strong mom-friend vibes.
The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency.
We invite the prosecution to keep making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. The face he's making, God kins that. And then you'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with proceedings.
Tisk. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Yeah, Ouchie.
In a few short moments from now, that dumb-stuck young mouth of yours will be silent forever.
It says sin. God.
The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses once. Witnesses. Plural. Who are these dudes?
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayesa Nosa reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquities from effervescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Ryusute, a humble premise in the 2nd District.
Kyuryo Korekuda at your service. An antiquity dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually make tea from the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. Same. I'm just kidding this dude now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what words mean. I'm just here, man.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what could only be described as an act of war, sir.
Mordecai, shush! It was that black uniformed...
The baby noises! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure. I heard strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes? Well... Are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't like that noise. Standing by and ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of the most acerbic afternoon. Old man voice. Man's gonna fall over. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. I hate the big words. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment, but he was shot in the front. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon on the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. He has a knife? What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed by in the broad light of day. Why'd you bring out a knife, bro? But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun I saw laying on the floor. Well, that's a dumb move. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Please. No, he's shaking the door like a horrible little man. And if I kiss him, he'll bite my face. He's mean. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. And then I shot him! I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, he accidentally fired the gun. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who the criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Like Gru... like Gru from Despicable Me. This man is a criminal. Oh my god. Certainly, the testimony the court has heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this I love this nerd. He's so awkward. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to cross-examination. To a cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. The boy next door? Hello? Good. Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is ascertaining its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Gulp. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
Alright. This is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Yes, well, but
It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence.
right, evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you.
Alright then! It's all or nothing. That was such a weak table slap. My god. Weakest slap in the East. What the witness saw. Okay, we've already seen this. Precise moment the firearm is discharged. Black uniform, fireman, English civilian from the back. Okay. But the gunshot was from the front. Screw you! Da 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 da. Can I please have the mouse on screen so my character's eyes aren't like weird in the corner?
Yes!
Screw you, old man. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
Power couple of the century. Kazuma? What?
What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ayasanosa.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back like a cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no! That just can't be. And why not, cadet?
Because... Take a closer look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest.
Ah.
Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Oh, well, why does he have a baby? What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back and he pushed it down again. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. He's a working... But if he shouldn't bring his baby to war. He's a sergeant. That's not what you do with a baby. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, what would appear to be indisputable? Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. Well, baby. Well, baby, man. Well, baby. The baby is actually a power play. Who's gonna shoot the dude with a kid? The baby is his ultimate armor.
What? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayasanosa, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
It seems like every witness is someone it would be easy to bribe. Yeah.
Ah!
His baby. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. Pull out the sword, bro! So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. Turnabout? Mm-hmm. That man's just investigating a vase.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot. Was shot either.
Myself? I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
I love how the baby just, like, keeps popping up over his shoulder and he just pushes down the baby. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed. The Hoei era Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Resutai.
Not now, Daddy's working, exactly. Go back to sleep. Dad's in court right now. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you.
On the day under scrutiny, it was the military man that I proffered my Hoei treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case my mayhap had fallen down there. It mayhap fallen down there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not. I was concerned only for finding my abandoned Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? Did the baby steal the coin?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt that unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard is inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Huh? My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as, Kaviku glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me? But there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. There is no baby. Affirmative. The newest member to the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido tension! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, this animation! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Great. Yo, what happened to your hair, buddy? F.U. steals your hair. You shaved your hair? Just like... Congratulations, King, I guess. How you feeling, bud? Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm discharged, it's almost the same thing. Heck yeah, we love to see it.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we, were the only personnel present.
Indeed. Alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. These testimonies are certainly compelling.
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based off the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the... His voice makes me yawn! Conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Okay. Carbonated water and steak. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witnesses' testimonies have been heard. The witnesses' testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political items, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that Takatsuchi Ouchi will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Head and hands. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Okay, I should have done that in a British accent. Whoopsie. What? If what you say is true, there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth. In your cross-examination, he really just is Edgeworth, but who has gone to therapy. He's just Edgeworth that has gone to therapy. It was Mia's ghost from the future. Mia future ghost? Good. We love to see a future ghost. My brain is melting. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood?
Tsk. Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. Okay.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing callous in my ear.
A callus in my ear.
And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Ugh. If only there'd be more, had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant.
I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hotter clinic. Yes. that would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November. Noon past 1 p.m. 2 past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case.
I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Sure.
Yes!
I mean, might as well. There's no harm in adding it. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Get his ass! Whether or not they are concerned is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
He sounds like the type of dude who'd be like, gosh darn social justice warriors taking away my right to say slurs at people. God. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Okay. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right. I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival, already for you.
What does that mean, bro?
Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the recused.
Korokuto-san.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in.
What do you mean, the way that I say what is weird? What word?
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting?
His name? Which person's name?
And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well.
Korekuda?
As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. It was a lady. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony in the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
there's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Do we get to spin it? You'll notice that some piece of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones we may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Spin, spin, spin! To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD, okay. Okay. You can move the crosshair around and hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. It's literally just the scientific investigation from the first game. Oh! Ow! Yeah, I want to look at the business card too. I was thinking of that. Thank you for reminding me, Rennie. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Okay. That's a lot of things. Alright. I really like how this game handles translating the Japanese in this trial. Yeah. Spin! Yo. What's in here, baby? I like spin.
Hello? I love rotate.
Let's have a look. It's some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas? That's the most modern practice of the West for pain relief.
He had a medical history of being shot.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can stop you from feeling pain.
God. Ah!
Wait, does it mean that he can't eat anything? Because he had a tooth taken out? Then that's not his steak. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you?
Do you think I remember any of the past 24 hours?
Wait, I wanna... What's history?
Oh!
Whoops. I guess this one? Or this one? Oops, no. Wait, can we look at the card? Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name, that's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here...
Police corruption, baby!
Okay, present.
Yes! I love how he raises his hand. Oh my god. Well, I think, what are you... About what are you wittering, lad? You call yourself a lawyer.
I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposeful, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say.
I love gay people.
Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
Yeah, same.
Alright? And thanks for the advice.
Yes, do your breathing exercises, bro. Gay people in chat. I can't believe this. Korekura-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Gay people in this Twitch. I can't believe gay people. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. What'd you say, Esther? The fact that I want to kiss men doesn't make me gay. Handshake. Ah, yes, sippage.
Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what was written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You're not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But...
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time was completely irrelevant.
Grrr.
But that's...
Love that him and Phoenix both do the grr thing.
Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witnesses' testimonies, the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who...
Oh, get his ass!
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders to not eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Kore Kuda-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court that with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that couldn't possibly be the case. Grrr. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner. God. Gay people.
What is this nonsense, you little upstart?
He leaps over the desk.
These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food is at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Oh my god! Oh my... I'm not gonna say anything. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Huh? Oh, yes, most definitely. I love them. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? Oh, how the The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself. Me. The two witnesses, or an as of yet unknown third party. Me! I was eating the steak. I was the killer all along. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her! When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. There was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. The court decides to push through the ruling at this state. Or push through a ruling at this state. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Fellas, is it gay to take on the government with your boy best friend? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? For his partner, exactly. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. It's gay to take on the government. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says.
Cringe.
Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us.
Oh. What? What did you just say, Korekura-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders.
Now hold on, lad, I was just,
You say you never saw the gentlewoman. Grrr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of this?
All this.
These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel. Explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Oh my god. Kid's gonna pull his mustache off. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by somebody with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was who tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this, then? Well, Your Excellency... no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Go to your mind palace, bro! Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... this dude.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san. The waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even the head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were...
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. God, I love this power couple. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant, sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, it's the back of the card. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes! It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. What in God's name are you talking about? Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? He's the translator for him. Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession. But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So witnesses here in the stand Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention what you'd seen, that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well.
Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are. Hehe. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusual, careless mistake.
So you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible.
Call back to Gumshoe, baby!
I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurants lately. At the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents?
Oh my god, the glasses.
That would be classified police information, which I'm not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard new information from 2 witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been able to, aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable!
As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair beside him. Gun in hand stood the accused student. Sitting opposite of the victim in the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out.
Like me, I'm gay!
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. That was when I received some special orders.
Special orders?
You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would have been in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Huh? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman had been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But that's not right. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical factory's research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you were the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. Huh? You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss... Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility.
What? What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and order these witnesses to take no mention of her in their testimonies. I must now be up to your excellency, it must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thought on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings in my courtroom.
Oh,
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will now locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency.
at once, Your Excellency.
But that means you're going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
so it won't be a problem. Man's dying. That's a fun sprite. Nothing will get in my way. Man's dying. Watch this man fall over from tuberculosis on his way there. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jezael Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we shall have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Yes. Oops. Oh wait, yeah, that is where I want to save. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time.
It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there.
Gay.
You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping and knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies with the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to be to see the inside of a courtroom again.
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Jezael Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone.
There was a young woman with him.
Like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. I can look at things.
Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he...
What? And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen?
Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Yes, because I was shut in the pantry. And because I was shut in the pantry. Containment. I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you. Assuming it's... Yep, it's them.
Professor Mikotoba.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. The power of gay people.
Yes, it seemed you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as the lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn what they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What? Oh, wait. On voice.
What? What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma!
Well then. It looks like it all comes down to you, young man. I don't like them looking at me! To me? To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up the good fight right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-san.
Sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them.
I'm going to attack them with my sword.
God. Kazuma?
Fellas, is it gay?
What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I would have already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot.
Gay, homosexual, gay.
If
if I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So, this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely can't afford to lose. Oh my god. He gets to bring the sword to court because he's the court's special boy. He gets sword privileges. Ugh. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. Yeah, earlier the witness had a knife. I don't think they care about sharp objects coming into court. The justice system special little boy. You can treat me to one of those, sukiyaki meals I like from the Yume cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. God, I love them.
No, no, no. Ah!
Auditory hell. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a little break very quickly, because I need, like, a snack or something, so my brain can function better. Because my brain has been foggy for, like, the past 30 minutes, if you could not tell by me being very bad at reading. So I'm gonna go chug some water, take a little break. I will be back. And put on some tunes. Do 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 do. I am back. Sorry that took so long. I am... Ugh. I am simply sleepy. My brain's all groggy. But I'm determined to get through the first case of this tonight. I want to be done with it. I want to be free. Okay. Ignore the horrid little man crying in the background. Okay. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Norohodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on.
You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, and a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. This is what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. But aligning ourselves with the great world power will become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Calling your justice system cringe. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats.
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Yes, Your Excellency.
Swan Hat. This is the Swan Hat lady. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Women.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea? Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. Oh, no idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter up.
Yes, we know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. Cal, yes? Why are you saying Cal, yes? More importantly, a little earlier you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman? Sorry, Ryunosuke, but the powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. He is also a women enjoyer. I respect him. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Hello, ma'am. What the heck? What the heck does that say? Huh? The defendant is a fruit, Your Honor.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Huh. You're obviously doing fine in England, or... You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
She is holding a mask. Wait, mate, you got 20 quid. God. No, you've clearly been paying attention in your English class, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there when the victim, Dr. Wilson at the time... Yes. Like a true to word fan dub or like a joke fan dub? Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. That's just how the English are. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say...
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in the courtroom, this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Lady, lady. Order in court.
Mordecai, shush. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. I take out my sword, and I fight the woman. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself. Only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Is the gun in your hat? Did you put a gun in your hat, ma'am?
Yes!
This is a condemning testimony. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you've when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
But he's so annoying.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person she could conceal a firearm.
I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown. This is moot.
She put it in her hat, bro.
There were no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those were the witness's own words on the matter.
Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Bro, no. No.
Don't think about doing anything rash,
Ryunosuke. Yeah, exactly. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart.
Why'd you smile? I'm terrified. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. Ugh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
Yes, yes. That all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right.
You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the stick pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have here, there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, hasn't had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water.
They both raised a glass. But there was only one glass. It's very meaningful, totally. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. I'm BSing.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us. What exactly is this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time's right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, sidestepped, counsel.
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Why does her mask move? Why does her mask move? I don't like it. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. Oh, I don't know what that said. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. But I was upset by the radio transmitter sweating too. I wasn't only upset about the mask. I've been upset about a lot of things in these games.
Yes!
So, both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak... That was for you, Miss Brett. Uh-huh. You know this. The lady said she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. Oh my gosh. What a frightful place. This is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Why is he looking directly at the screen? I don't like that. Look away from me, man. I don't like that. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she said, or she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. Wait, whoops. Okay. Can I not do the... Okay, cool. Okay. Back. I'm still getting used to the things. Ugh.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That's correct, the lady says. Well, that's it. That is... It's very odd. It's odd. Very odd.
Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
I think he's very expressive. Ryanosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers.
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. ADHD king. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There was only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over
Minutia? Minutiae? I think. Why is it spelt like that? Why would you use the Latin I noise next to an I? Why would it be spelled like that?
What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not! I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you trying to tell me you can clink with only 1? If you try hard enough. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying everything had happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she said.
Good gracious.
Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief?
You mean murder?
What?
No. This can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
Why did this open? What? What the heck? A handbag, you say? A handbag that could have a gun in it?
Yes, Your Excellency, a small, handheld pouch commonly carried by the well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing.
You can't defeat me with facts and logic.
No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on this case. With reason and logic! The counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's
the handbag.
Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes. Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. I love his dumb little paper emote. There are no pockets on my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really simple. Really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes?
Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir, I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order, order, order.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth... Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your
Bungling incompetence, she now has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
brilliant work, partner.
Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Man's dying. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Yeah, we sure don't. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I'd never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that. Naruhodo-san. Man's dead. He's just looking at him like, you okay there, bud? Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Okay. Sure. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed. There is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
Man's dead. No! Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in an even worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma, please. Kazuma? Go to your mind palace, bro. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat.
Cannibalism?
You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact that you can chew on to your heart's content from inside the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma.
What?
Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? I heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis in which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all of the evidence. Hello? Wait, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke?
I don't think you can rule on this case just yet.
Objection!
This amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial over, he gives his ruling.
Yeah.
That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. Wait, he has weird little gloves? As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there were a problem with the evidence, some significant detailing, then ruling on this case at this time would be out of question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. What the heck's up with his wrist?
Ha, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I'm desperate.
But this isn't a wheeze.
There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. Okay, I will save.
What?
Oh my gosh. But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hasanaga submitted before. Okay. significant detail you have eluded. Okay, it doesn't. Enter. Or... Whoops. No! Back! Back!
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering the new piffle you would come up with, a burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it on his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise detail of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem that Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean of the, and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you any longer.
I don't like his weird little smile shimmy thing.
I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? If you believe this burn does have something to do with the case, do you believe? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to, prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But what if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn to the victim's, on the victim's wrist to the case. Then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell you the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is a moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. What that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Sure. Oops. No. Oh, that's so handy. They, unlike the old games, they let you look at the image so that you can try and compare things. That's fun. Okay. That doesn't help us any. Oh. It's that.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But, in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
It explains the reason for the victim's burn. There we go.
Yes!
The beefsteak. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate.
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnaval. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius! And then they kiss. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if this, that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened in some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Yeah, gay boy. Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion at the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster. Certainly.
But... I would say, looking at this picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense has pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Well, how does he know this? It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
Does that mean somebody, like, moved his body?
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would have been beyond careless, I think, Counsel. It's because he was numbed. It's because he was on his pain meds. Man couldn't feel anything. That's why he didn't scream that he was shot, because he was sticking numbed. Numbed up the wazoo. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
Then the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think?
Mind Palace. Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson who's asleep was already dead. Okay, I'm saving because I'm pretty sure he didn't notice the burn is the right one. Oh my gosh, Mordecai's being such a big baby. Hadn't noticed the burn. But wouldn't he have been numbed? Yes, the professor being as absent. Maybe he was asleep? Didn't even notice the burn happening. Didn't even know that labeling is a muffling scatterbrain. How about gay on gay violence. How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and we see how your bubbling scatterbrain copes? Perhaps the scream you will let out will wake you up a bit. My god. Well, it's nice that there's this frankness developing between us, partner. Don't call me partner after coming out with such nonsense like that. This is a critical moment. It may very well be our only chance to turn things in our favor. So come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense in this apparent possibility. He was already dead? He was... Did she, like, poison him? What is going on? Was already dead. I'm gonna go with was already dead. No, I don't want that. No. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a hot... wait, wrong voice. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible... The man was already dead. Already dead. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp for the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon arrangement. But, Your Excellency... The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. She gonna smile? That's what I thought you'd do. What was that smile? Exactly.
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Plot twist. She can actually speak Japanese. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? Oh god. Oh no.
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Horrid! I hate you already. She may be pretty, but she has a bad personality.
But it seems the men of this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So, I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, so she's a racist.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
Yeah, racism.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you've so graciously afforded us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will only ask you to testify in your own words. That's the English rich. About the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Horrid bird woman.
So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Are there 3 parts to the first case?
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Oh, God.
If there's some other way a man's life could have been taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably won't pick up on that anyway.
Horrid bird woman. Is the 3rd part as long as the other parts? That most captivating and beautiful testimony will now go down, in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Yeah.
Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a great delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now.
Get her ass.
I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much.
I'm sure you I don't need to remind you, counsel. That is that you will, this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Uh-oh. Kins that. I've done that before. I'm not even joking. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes!
but his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What? Man's dead. I like that sprite.
Haha, what fun. You hadn't realized.
The dear
lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
It's being rude to you, bro. Well, I can't.
Anyway...
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time. Do you remember? If you remember. If you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. What? What?
Damn you.
No, it doesn't. It means the opposite of that, buddy.
Ah, I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the others in court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite. Exactly. Exactly.
Anyway...
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from the ballistic trauma.
Yes?
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he really must have been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is, the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ah.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone has been shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, or if a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady.
And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
Why did I slip into, like, 50s radio announcer voice? Or the, you see, that type of voice. God.
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces if all those causes of, with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Called poisoning. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly what you think the professor did to lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, Takasuchi Ouchi will cut down any who dare cast such apparitions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and then that's the end of it, isn't that so? Quite right. The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
What's going on with him? How do I get him to talk? Good lord.
It doesn't even occur to your native detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Haha, a killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. She's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Burt just said. There was a moment before when something didn't quite seem right.
Man's dying.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly.
No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I expected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere that can help us find a clink in her, or a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hasanaga.
This music goes.
The detective. Yes, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If I might present an it might present an opening, maybe.
Maybe he's been poisoned. Dahlia Hawthorne 2.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but
This time instead of targeting... Oh, but this time instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. I know spoilers. Mm-hmm. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Wait!
Let me talk to him. How do I talk to him? I click. You can see people's thoughts, bro. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as our interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? We're breaking into his mind palace. I'll explain how to do it, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Oh, what? But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. We have 5 people at the stand, and you have to question all of them at once. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D and then focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait!
Get his ass! I like her little icon. Oh, it doesn't show one for him.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Excuse me. Man's dying. I love his little excuse me. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were just thinking about something, you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this?
It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault in her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah. Not to mention the fact that he's
Intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes?
Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? Tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of a crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
He ate glass. A crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's something left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
It was on the victim's table.
Why'd you drink it? Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes. It was that bottle.
What was that about?
She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. He drank it because he wanted to be thorough, Leo. Can we inspect it? Yes, we can look at it. It just says poison on it.
The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Like, go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know. Then pour out the liquids. So, this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. You're gonna poison yourself. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, if that's evidence, you go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. More ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might just have worked something out. An interesting possibility. Screw you!
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water. Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Yes, poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. I mimicked his stupid hand motion right as he did it. I hate this. Could it be that there was poison inside? Was there, Miss Brett? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip poison into his drink? There was only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. There's no such a thing without a scrap of evidence.
You little rookie imbecile. Have you ever haven't even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed the Accord of Friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling of your rash accusations, or that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. I love the gays and their truth.
Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever with this.
She's the one who does the shut up. Good.
It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady, but to what are you referring?
I described your police forces as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did?
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And? What did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in the country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests are meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No. No. Dead.
I'm very grateful to you all to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my own complete innocence in this whole affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours.
Man found dead in courtroom.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he's poisoned.
Yeah, but what about his glass that was emptied? Thank you, Oh, whoops. I didn't want that. No. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, was the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes... Ugh. Every time! Why does his voice make me yawn? The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no! I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Who was that? Ma'am! Hello.
Please wait. Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency.
Sus? Sus?
Sasato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba?
In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. You can't ban me from my own channel. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in furoshiki cloth. But her name starts with sus. That's why I said sus. Okay, how long is the third part of the court case? No more. Do you always have to win the cases, or are there some you can't solve? Does it change the course of the game? There are bad ends for certain cases, depending on what game. Yeah, they are always solvable. Yes, Remy? What do you want, buddy? Mm-hmm. What would you like? What would you like, Remy? Hmm? What would you like to say to the... Uncals your botanical cadaver. No, no. Who runs the channel now? Sadly, you cannot, but God, that's really good. The kid. Me and Yester like West Dakota. Who will be the frontman? Who will be the funny man that you throw things at? What will you do when you have no more funny men to throw items at? Metaphorical items. What will you do then? Hmm? It's very dramatic in a fun way. Okay, I think I will try and finish up this case tonight because I want to be done with the first part. I want to put this woman in jail. Potion of kills you instantly. Okay. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Miss Sus. Well, I understand you were the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha, a judicial assistant, and a woman no less.
Misogynist moments. AA is very good.
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Sexism.
Yes, I fully understand. Ask only for 5 minutes of time. There's some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
It is a lot easier to play off stream, I will say that.
Ha, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency, I'm most grateful.
I do. Now we have 2 people here. Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something written in English?
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The English woman's.
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper.
Oh, hello? Thank you for the follow. Does a little wave. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for the comment. Ugh. I should actually drink. Thank you. Stay hydrated, threat. It is sippage time, lads. Who gave the cat a knife? It will kill and maim. Good for the cat.
Yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
Oh wait, wrong voice. Cosmo, I didn't know you sounded like that.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? Is that some sort of beast with a guitar? Thank you. I'm glad that you like them. I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Cure and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I surmised what I could from, on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be of value, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Gisele's report has been entered into the court record. Detailing an unknown poison. Ooh. Ooh.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
That's what you used. Okay. We've had long enough, counsel. We can detain our English guest, or we cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Exactly. Now we have new evidence for a new poison that's not known to this country.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance.
Yes, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence.
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? I did draw and rig it myself. It was a very fun experience, and I probably will end up doing it again, because I might have added teeth to the new design for my character. And this one does not have the teeth. Not actual teeth, but like little fangs.
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so,
Oh, that just skipped over her thing. Forgive me, Miss Brett, but it seems I wasn't clear. I realized I phrased it as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Can we examine it? I want to look at it. Examine. Ooh. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South Africa. Hunters of the region has used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Let's go! Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as an inflicted by a blow dart. So the burn... No, that would have happened after. Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused by, as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Lovely. Okay.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison. Where are you going with this counsel? A toxin known as Cure, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount is a deadly of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What's complete and utter nonsense? Cure, you say? I've never heard of it. I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Cure before because of one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Cure. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
I love this game. Order, order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authorized by the visiting research student from England, Cure is no longer used by the has been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably known among European doctors and scientists. Yeah, the judge in the trilogy is like, die by my blade, but this judge is like, yeah, I can keep the witness around for a bit longer if you think something's actually up. And I'm not going to side with the prosecution as heavily as the first judge.
To lace their arrows?
The other judge will... There are just some weird things that pop up in the first trilogy. It's horrible. The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by the arrow laced with Cure suffer instant death. Trilogy judge, die by my gun. Yeah. Die by my blade. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery? These accusations are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison...
Yeah, he summons wind into the room. Don't worry about it. He summons it. He controls the wind.
He would have been squirming and writhing in pain. And the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain.
Yeah, because it paralyzes them.
According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that cure was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
The moment the toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. The inspector was a waiter, but it didn't get brought up until he was already in court wearing, like, his waiter outfit. So that is why he looks like a butler. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is entirely unpleasant. Extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Oh, so it's like how tetanus... What tetanus does to your body is it causes all your muscles to tense up really severely. So it literally causes, like, fracturing in your bones and stuff because of, like, that. It's terrifying. Don't ever get tetanus, kids. Always get your tetanus vaccines when you're due for a tetanus vaccine. Because, boy howdy, will it do a number to your body. It's bad. But okay, there we go. Respiration? Breathing, buddy! In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. What were your evening plans, Remy? Getting tetanus? And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it looked almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. Bone shattering. Bone shattering via tetanus. Well, actually, usually how people die from it, if I remember correctly, is since your heart is a muscle, and what tetanus does is that it makes all your muscles, like, tense irregularly, or to the point where it's just completely tensed all of the time. That's how you get lockjaw from it, is that you literally physically cannot move the muscles in your face to open your jaw. But your heart basically just gives out on itself because it can't move properly. We love horrible, horrible things. I simply would love to study pathology, but also pathology terrifies me. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be in living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly cure poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison, for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may, all these facts, you think you're so clever.
We love to see a girl boss winning.
It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
Breaking the rules of murder?
What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She gonna chug it? Oh my god, she's gonna drink it. The rules.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
You're an island girl. It's because every time she speaks in cursive, it's her talking in English. Because she's from England, but she's speaking Japanese when it isn't in cursive.
Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy.
The island comment is haunting me now because she lives on it. She's from an island. And she's insulting people on another island. She doesn't know what an island is. Rage.
Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really.
They're all from an island, exactly.
But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
Drink up, babes. Wait, what are you doing? Islands aren't real, says the person living on an island.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the shabby affair.
She had to prove that the poison wasn't in there somehow. Ace Attorney Court isn't real court, but it's really funny to watch. Then she passes out dead.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
She poisoned the glass.
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth.
The music. The music. Yeah, when your legal system is brand new.
Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here at in this grand venue. Most kind. Grrr. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I would like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Dread.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water. Maybe she has a cure? Maybe she just poisoned the glass? I'm gonna say no poison? As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Oh god. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes... but sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. You're gonna stab me? It said there was blowtorches used. Maybe it was a sneak attack? Blowtorches? Die by my blade. Oh. Is that what this color is supposed to represent? Oh no. Okay, we're going back in time, babes. Let's go. Let's go. Enter. Load. Please. Time travel. Time travel's real. There were pipes used. The culprit did put Curé poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just... Miss Brett drinking water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you for the support to support the assertion with evidence. Da, 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 da. I guess we look at this again. Facts. Adventure. Okay, that hasn't been found yet, so we can't use that as evidence. I skipped a page.
I did? There's 4 pages? Oh! Is it that it has to enter the body via wound? And not drinking it? I don't know. I'm gonna save real quick. Like the burn. Like the burn. That's what I was saying earlier, is that was how it entered the body and not the water. Yeah, his hand was hurt on the picture. Burns aren't open wounds. True. I guess that's right. That's okay. I want to look at this. It doesn't show if the bottle was empty or not. Cause he had dental surgery. Cause he had he had dental surgery done. But what would I present this or would I present this? This. I'm gonna go with this, and it probably is wrong.
Yes!
But the answer to this riddle is right in, yeah, Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No? Shoot.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading, Sasato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety, in its entirety by the court. It will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Thank you. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this Cure poison. And it's left me a little curious about something. Oh, Counsel. Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have always been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch the prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would have been traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curie enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett? You authored this research. You knew Curie's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little
Real bird?
rapscallion.
Bird? Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
You're studying law, buddy.
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I feel
Oh my goodness.
so the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish. The bird is T-posing to assert dominance.
Flaw. As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curie is safe to ingest. It seemed likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastritic succus.
Suckers. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah. That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy would be able to understand, no?
But the tooth surgery. Order in the court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Curie poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? I'm going to jump over the stand and attack the witness. I've never felt like this before. It's sort of a conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. I'm going to attack the bird woman. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. What? Hello?
Objection!
He finally has confidence.
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. Object, gay boy, object. Let's go. He's going to bite her. Kill, shred, maim.
You know exactly why.
even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Well, no kidding. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we know now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone be killed by the curare? Curare? It might be curare. If it's Latin, it would be curare. That doesn't look like a... I think it is Latin, actually. So it's not cure, I think it's curare. This. Curare. Carrere. You're not wrong. I have not taken Latin in a long time. Carrare. There we go. There we go.
Take that!
He has confidence now. We love to see it. Curare? Remy and I get into a heated Latin debate. Also, Miss Brett so readily pointed out she drank the same water as the professor. Take that! However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference. The toxic effects of Thank you, Remy, for saying it again. Carrare. Carrare? You keep saying it different ways, bud. The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person who drank the poison, was drinking the poison water? True. Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Oh. Valid. There are some words in this game that hurt my brain. I like idioms, though. Idioms are fun. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Bird woman? Bird woman going off? Is she? Laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and half-baked arguments are so puerile.
Puerile? Thinks about the word I cannot pronounce it. The Latin word for boy. Puerile. Welcome to Remy Tells Me How to Say Words ASMR. I'm just trying to think of the Latin pronunciation of... because it's puella and puer. Puer. That is it. Where? What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough.
Is she gonna throw the bottle at him?
You see, when you leave a vital evidence laying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No.
I mean, it could just slip.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some critical evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water and broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump that bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not.
You.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I assume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using karate. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
I'm tired, man.
for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you had arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Huh? Ugh.
The bird shot the professor. I said what I said. The bird has a gun. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene.
Ryunosuke?
Yes? We've come this far, but now... You're the only one who can finish this. Finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, there must be in your in your head. They must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing that you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice what this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. The glass is empty. Every color. What is it zooming in on? Yo, there's blood on the steak? Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. He finally has confidence in his table slams. Something feels amiss in my memories that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... I'm gonna save... Wait, no, not Q. G. I'm assuming it's the blood.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Oh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute.
Shut up!
Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, that a splattering was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. But the bullet didn't go all the way through. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. if I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah. Yes. For the blood to have made it onto the plate, that implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. So it was in front of him? Okay. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Get his ass. Yes. This could be the moment that my entire career, in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak in that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered, the steak. Oh my god. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. There's no blood. No. No blood? No blood anywhere? But no. That's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. Wait, I don't want Otto. So the police officer dude has a thing where he coughs up blood occasionally. Man has stinking consumption. And also the steak with the blood. It's, I don't know, man.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Welcome back to her racism.
I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. But he said he took both of them.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
Plate of steak has been entered in the court record. Let's spin this baby. Was the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Believe it. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself? As the evidence requested by the defendant has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further explanation of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain is was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's gotta be something else. Because why would it be on his side of the table? In the first place. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we will ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I am completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Yes, you go, Judge. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is there no clue to be found? Let me spin it. Let me spin. Spin. Why does it... I guess she just took, like, bites out of it with her teeth. That's no counsel, I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. You are to identify a detail like that. You must know the penalty for mistakes. The answer's right in front of me. I'm sure of it. There's only one thing to do. Turn this steak over and over until I find something to help me out of this mess. Spin! Blue Badger 2. Was there only one bite in the picture? Was there? I can't pull it up.
Got it!
Shoot, no. Let me look at images. No, there were two. What is off about this image? Maybe go back and look at the other image of the dead dude. Well, the glass is empty. I didn't. I should do it on the record. Oh my god. Huh? What in the world is this? Oh my god. I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what is it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of... Thank you for the alliteration, buddy, that I don't know how to pronounce well. But I know what it means. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... This isn't the steak we want. This isn't the steak we want. We want a different steak. Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. Okay, really quite valuable. Marinated in juices as well, look! What? Are you thinking of eating it? Nope, but the next time I order a steak with it in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be erased. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peel underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this Ryunosuke. I know the detective. The detective made a mistake. He made a mistake! Oh my god, he made a mistake. Remy, you genius! Only one logical explanation. Okay, we're going back. Can we lift up the steak? Let me lift it up. Wait, actually, I'm gonna go back in time. Maybe. Can we...
Got it!
Please? No! Will it show up when I have it? Please? What the heck am I supposed to do?
Oh my god. I had to hit... I'm mad. Huh? What in the world is this? Okay, we've already seen this. Jar Part 2. Coin located. Okay, we are... Please, skip. No. I wanted to present it, please. He eats the coin for sustenance. He just looks like a hybrid between Phoenix Wright and Apollo Justice.
Got it!
But if he was British. Good gracious, that's... A Koban. What on earth? A Hoei era wanted that. Miss Brett? This is in fact the beefsteak you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing in my life. I don't know what it is, and I want no part in it. Of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could have simply been a careless mistake by the chef, in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence.
A coin incidence?
Your Excellency.
Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here?
The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's it doing under that steak.
The owner.
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found... Okay, beefsteak, it's... this dude.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of, Rasutai Kairo Korekuda-san. Kayuri, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Don't be mean, ma'am.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct?
Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something when his koban coin
with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. Ow. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Howe-era Koban, my prized coin. Then this Howe-era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please. Why would Kure Kuda-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? That makes no
Yes!
sense.
Exactly. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kore Kuda-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here, without a moment's delay. How much longer is this case gonna be? I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element to this case. Please. Oh my god, there's so many of them. What is this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for my baby boy, Ido. When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness.
He's going to stab a cop. A cab.
And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man and in thrice a worthless withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasutai shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Kore Kuto-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasutai he stabbed him in the foot! Oh my god! Oh my god, he got stabbed in the foot, bro!
Yes, that's it. The very exact one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous away treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day.
You stabbed a man in the foot, bro. It can't be.
As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere.
We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in seasoned meat juices. Is this a sandwich? Is this soaking? Is this seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. So somebody concealed my Hawaii treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconsidered thing. I can read, totally.
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover at the restaurant. Oh. Yes. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similar executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. Eat the rich, as they say. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korekuda-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole and hid it under the stake? I think it was the dude that he was sitting with? So it's not her steak, it's their steak.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Ayesanosa. Huh? How? How dare you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? The baby's face. It wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido was the mastermind behind all of this. Your son? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. This little baby. Little baby boy. You... Oh my god. Man just got his back broken by his son. Oh my god. What is going on? Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Ayesanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Now do we have to convict this dude of thievery? I'm so tired. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. Yeah, his mustache clipped into his face. They didn't rig his face model properly. It clipped into his face. You messed up your mustache physics, Capcom. I can't believe this. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. I love when the whole courtroom is silent. This is ridiculous.
Perhaps you could carry on this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer. At all.
May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Well, oof.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Rip, tear, shred, kill, maim.
Shoot, bang.
Wait, where's kill?
Shoot, kill, 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 kill.
Yes. I see no further justification for detaining her. Woo! Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Wait a minute. Ryusuke, what's the matter with you? It's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Nonsense of such an idea astounds me. As for picking up a stick and biting into it without using a knife or fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there is exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words were truly contradictory, then where is the evidence to prove it? It's gotta be this image. Yeah.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Come on. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Whoopsie. Whoopsie doodle. Egads. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever be complicit picking up a steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh.
Ah,
It looks like Miss Brett just realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Attention!
but what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was...
She has a handkerchief.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said,
I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
I've heard enough.
You irritating little spectacled samurai.
Oh my goodness, Brennick. Of course.
Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers?
Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication of those teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Mind Palace. Yes, now at last it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks and the steak that allegedly have been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I knew I saw somewhere seems to have disappeared. The steaks were swapped. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Except these teeth marks and the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything.
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How could you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it in court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been what? Just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's no evidence yet to be brought forward. There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this may be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal all about this entire affair? You.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Man's dying. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention's been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Novsa told the court the following. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And, as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Tension. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted its evidence earlier was, in fact, Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
This is so long-winded.
But that makes no sense. This plate was taken from the victim's
Objection!
table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it.
To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest. The sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates.
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. And, as I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But when I saw the waiter announce he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my side of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. However, fear not, Prosecutor San.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform. That's all I did, sir.
All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Can we please get done with this? Please? I want to sleep.
So if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes?
Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that there had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. So, to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah.
She's chewing on her mask? Or she's just shaking?
Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wiggling your way out of this, it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely, you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Just thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett.
Let us see the blood plate.
On the side of the plate, the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound in the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Give me the plate. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett.
Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Finally. Present the beefsteak and plate it was originally on. That was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident.
Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Yes. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please feel free to examine it.
It's blood.
The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see at the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me.
In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now, who that person is. Breakdown sprite? That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Breakdown scene? Breakdown scene? Breakdown scene? Yes. Yes. Outdone by a Japanese. Me. By a Japanese schoolboy? No. 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 Yeah. Oh my god. She's dropping baby birds everywhere. What? I'm in love with this game. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Her soul just left the court. Yeah, via bird.
Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for an extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water?
Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. Only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him and make it appear as though he'd been dining alone. And leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of a moment. I planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave.
That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins with the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
You mean murder?
Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
What? Ma'am just disappeared. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement?
This can't be. Takasuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? Yes? Yeah, I don't know why she killed him. I have no idea.
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgiven or forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. That is the way of the world. May you never forget that. Hello? 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 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Dang, son.
This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as they accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern mythology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice.
A new future of law awaits. But what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is, for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asagi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything the wider world that you, of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Is he sad because that means that he doesn't get to take his boyfriend with him? It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Confetti! It's cherry blossoms! They're summoning cherry blossoms into the courtroom. This court is now adjourned. Bamp. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large? Sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your work has certainly paid off. Oh, wrong voice. I thought it was the dude that she's always with.
Congratulations to the both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
A trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh, no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that much research, or hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know, how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sasato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant.
Speaking of Mikotoba... there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Old man. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no. It is I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson.
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you work together? I've never heard you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asugi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I will. I will learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asugi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, kinda sus. Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is a soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes.
That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Jezebel Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Oh yes, her. It's not easier to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai? Why is she going to Shanghai?
Jezebel Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of it.
What? But why not?
Who is talking now?
It's a matter of consular jurisdiction.
Oh, it's you.
Inspector Hosanaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her?
But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why would a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty.
Yes, in normal circumstances, right.
Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke consular court just like that.
Oh, can't they?
Yes, she's a student, but that doesn't justify our government's making secret arrangements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
I'm afraid for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it.
Is she like some...
The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously.
Well... But... it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era, heralded by the state of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves.
Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones driving it.
We love to see the girl bosses winning. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink.
But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun.
In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you ample food and drink.
You're a detective, Hosanaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor?
Of course. Le Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you.
Man just teleports around.
So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made all the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again.
I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Trust?
Knowledge of the law?
Trust. The ability to believe.
To believe? To believe what?
A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Just like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth.
Points of the Apollo Justice game.
But you could make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful in what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations, time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma.
Yo! Hello! Welcome! Aurora Borealis? Aurora Borealis? Goodness. Welcome, Raid. You got the very tail end of the stream. We're almost done for the night. We sure are acing them attorneys. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Cal's about to keel over. I am. I'm very tired. It's 3 in the morning. I'm sleepy. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah. Wait, who's talking now? Oh, heck yeah. That sounds lovely. I have been about to keel over for hours. I don't know who's talking. Oh, you're still here, are you? Who are you? Oh, it's this dude. I forgot him. Hosonaga. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Lasagna. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes. That too. He gets to go to Britain. Every man's dream. So, my very first court trial came to an end. Gay people. Kazuma. Professor Mikatoba. Wait, why is he referring to her by her first name? They don't know each other. Inspector Kusanaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was all because of the help and support of these people that I managed to get through that trial. Great Britain. Remy, every day Remy wants to attack Britain. And he should. God. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Yo, who is raiding? Hello, welcome. We are on the tail end of the stream, but thank you for joining us. Holy cow. Hello, welcome. Goodness. Hello, hello. 2 tail end raids. This is terrifying. Kazuma, who hadn't... Okay, he hadn't asked his favor. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Heck yeah, I'll watch... What is it called, buddy? Just how much it would change my life. Those aces sure can attorney, baby. God, I love an aced attorney. Save your current progress. Yes. Oh. How long? It's like 7 hours of voice acting. Potion of knocks you out. Holy cow, there are so many people. Terrifying. I would love to start on the second episode because I know that one of the characters shows up, but God, do I not want to deal with that because I am tired. Okay, we will switch over to the YouTube poop before we finish up, I guess. For my good pal Jed. Options. Can I please let me leave the game? Okay, there we go. We are free. We are free. We are freed of the game. Okay. I'm assuming you linked it on Discord, bud. I think. Discord is not open on my computer. Let me open it real quick. Do. Well.
Whoop. Oh. Heck yeah. Alright. I guess I will pull up my browser now. Not now. Okay. I'm trying to think of... I could do a little bit of rhythm game before finish up for the night. Don't know how good it will be because I am very tired, but gosh. Whoop. There's going to be loud music. I'm sorry. Whoa. Whoa. Ah. Let me switch over tabs. Just a little warning, just a little disclaimer. It does get a little overwhelming to look at. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for Jed to send... Did you send the link? It might have censored the link, Jed. It might have censored the link. I think it censored it. I am looking at it. I don't see it. Yeah, it got censored. I'm sorry. It did, I know. I guess no one else can. Yeah, it's not showing up for me. I'm sorry, but it isn't. Do. Oh, there we go. Cool. Terrified of what this video is, Jed. Let me... we will close out a vidi game. We will show vidi. Okay. Okay, let's switch over tabs. Your first YouTube poop? Heck yeah. Window capture. I'm browser source. Okay. Add source. Now enter the name of the source. Add source. Oh no. Hello? How the heck do you use browser sources? This is not something that I ever use. I guess I'll just do a page capture. Window source. Okay. Remove browser source. Window. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Edit. Chrome. There we go. Is it showing? Is it? No, it's not showing. Please. No. You get to see. No. Be gone. Where is it? No. No. There we go. Okay. It is gone now. So long, Gay Bowser. We threw him into the void. He's gone now. Please? Nope. Does it show it now? Shoot.
So long, Gate Bowser. Until next time, I miss you. We will miss him forever. Why is it not wanting me to do this? Please. Please, I just want to show the funny video. Goodness, please. Please. Yes. I guess I could do display. Yeah, that works. We're doing display capture. This works. Let's go. Let's go, gamers. Some of us are. I don't use YouTube. I do Twitch, but I'm a Vtuber.
There is a whiff of doo in the air, and that might explain why so many people want to go. Because for a huge group, which happens to include my friends John Linnell and their band, They Might Be John Linnell, they've noticed that time is running.
Time! Este
Thank you. Now you are older still. Soon to become a baby anthem because John Linnell is a baby.
Jed, I'm terrified by your mind, but I appreciate the video, bud. God. Okay. We are. No more display capture for you guys. I think I will play a little bit of rhythm game before I peace out. It is a work of art. It's very good. I appreciate it. It's very nice. There's also, oh my god, there's a video of a cat spa ASMR thing. It's been haunting me for days now and I love it. Every day I subject my friends to ASMR videos. That's what I do. Okay, we are... Please let me play funny video game. Yeah, God, cat ASMR is always so good. They always look so happy and peaceful with life. And I love it. Rhythm games either make me very awake or very sleepy. It's a double-edged sword. I'm willing to take that chance. There's a cat spa ASMR thing. It's very nice. Game capture. I will mute. I'm not going to change it over in the title because I'm lazy.
I am gonna try and do one of the ones that I'm fairly good at. I'm sorry, I don't have special emotes. I don't think I can have special emotes until I'm affiliate, I think. I don't know. Oh, this one's cute. Okay. Nope, I'm too tired to try and do that. I could try and do the level 8 of this one, because I have fairly muscle memoried, but I will probably screw up badly, so that will be fun. That one is the only one that I have muscle memorized. Hell song. What's the most hell song is, where is it? This one's a hell song. But not for the way that you think it would be. This one. It did sound like the Manfred von Karma voice, and somehow I got a new best. God. That song haunts me. I listen to it outside of this house, unironically. I like this one because the boss does a little dance, and it makes me really happy. Sometimes you just BS your way through the end of it because you're tired. God. But also, thank you, Need, for the follow. I think I might be able to be an affiliate now. I think. I can check my statistics. Maybe I'll finally be affiliate. Wahoo! I'm on 49. I know, but like, let me check. I can check my... Oh, it hasn't updated yet. Oh no. Here.png. Maybe I'll update after stream. I don't know, man. Yes, but also... my follower count on my, on my actual homepage kind of lies, because it was at 48. Redistribute the Twitch followers.
Someday, Remy. Someday I will. But a lot of my Twitch followers are homies. Actually, I want to do a fun, easy one. What's a fun, easy one? No. This one's a good song, but it's... Huh. Maybe that's true. I don't know. Because, in my analytics, like my actual analytics page, says otherwise. Cruel and mean to me. I guess we'll do the easy version of this one. I think I'm gonna do one more and then I'm gonna pass out because...
All right. Also, thank you, DJ NB, for the congrats on the affiliate. I'm not completely sure if I actually reached it or not. I'll have to check it after it updates, because I think it has to update a bit. Heck yeah. Thank you. I will see y'all later. Had a great time today. That was really fun. The surprise raids at the end were terrifying, but it was, I don't know. It was very neat. I will see you guys later.